Hey guys, what up? What up? Welcome. We are going to be spending today most likely the entire stream, but if there is a chance, we're going to be doing something else at the end of it. But most likely, we are spending the entire stream PoBing what we're going to be playing tomorrow on Phrecia launch. Naturally, I think I've already decided, but you know, you never really know until I look at these numbers and think to myself, this is good or this is ass. I wouldn't know. So let's see how the PoBing goes. Arcane is obviously still here as he usually is. I don't know what he's doing, but probably playing TLI or something.
Yeah, I'm playing TLI.
Yeah. As for what I am going to be Phrecia starting, it's basically going to be, I'm thinking it's going to be a Scavenger, someone Phantasm stacking. I have good ideas for what I want defensively. Like I can literally get 400% increase ES on an amulet, which is it 400% or 200%? I think it's 200% increase ES on an amulet, which is interesting, to say the least. But there's downsides coming with that idea. So I'm going to play around with a few very different versions of Summon Phantasms here. There's the CI version that goes to 200% increase ES, and then obviously it's Scavenger, so gets bonus passive points for free. Only problem I'm having, not even problem because it's really not bad. I think getting the Katarina unique early on is going to be kind of difficult, but we'll see how it goes anyways. The Queen's Hunger, I'm pretty sure it's called. Yeah, this guy. Anyways, Arcane, what are you saying about League Mechanic? You've been hearing people say it's...
I was just curious. I'm just curious about it. It'd be cool to just switch up the gameplay.
I haven't tried it too much. Like I kind of have, but I also kind of haven't. The problem with the League Mechanic for me is just it doesn't feel great. It just doesn't. But I did try it recently, or relatively recently, and I mean I dropped some money, but I feel like if I'm doing the League Mechanic, what I'd be hoping for is less just money drops and more so grafting material. So think the items you use to get advanced and basic prefixes, the items for ultimate affixes, those are the ones that are going for money, because like if you even land on like aura effect, I think that's like 1700 FE or something like that. So it gets pretty spicy price wise. So I think there's definitely something there. I just don't know if it's enough. Anyways, now for a bit of context as to what I am currently making on my PoB, the idea behind the Scavenger and Summon Phantasms is Scavenger has always been notorious for having 6 good ascendancy points for minion builds, but like this one just being complete ass for us and just being the biggest reason why I didn't go for it. But now that bloodlines exist, I can actually pick up Umbral Army. And Umbral Army is huge because the Umbral Army, if you look at that Summon Phantasm node, it's 2% increased movement speed per Summon Phantasm. So this means we get to 44 max Phantasms on a regular build, because you could go Dark Monarch, whatever. But then the things you would run into are defensive problems. You run into defensive problems because maybe in this case our chess piece is going to be Queen's Hunger, you know, stuff like that, and we wouldn't have access to support minions like AG, Spectre. So typically defense becomes a problem, but this is where Scavenger comes into play because A, we get extra passive points, so we can spec a bit more into health, ES, whatever, whatnot. But B, we also get a free Cloak of Flame, albeit nerfed, but nevertheless, 30% Fizzle's Fire is very good if we're going to be scaling max fire. And in the idea I have, I'm going to be getting a ton of reservation efficiency because I'm gonna need it. I think in the ideal universe, I'm going to actually be going triple purities and purity of elements if I'm going to try to fit a bone meld on this build. But like, that is also going to be spicy. So not decided yet. We'll see how it goes. Bone meld is a lot of minus res, a lot of it. But being able to,
I think I'll play TS Mines.
What's that?
I think I'll play TS Mines.
Why TS Mines?
Remember, I really wanted to play it that time.
Yeah, and I don't think you ever sent it.
Yeah, I think I should send it. Try actually play something. If I actually play something new.
Not a bad idea.
I have to start Paladin though.
You have to start Paladin. Because of the elemental damage nodes. I need
It's
to have
Aristocrats.
here we wiki
Aristocrats
here.
sucks. You can't Leaguestart that shit.
Lol.
So
I
I saw
should-
Paladin use the elemental relics, yeah.
Fair. Those elemental relics are actually very, very good.
And I can still play TS Mines with that and actually have damage. And then as soon as I have all the build defining uniques and some good clusters, swap. Fuck it. Shit. I mean, I was talking about being competitive. Maybe actually sweat this one. To feel something.
Just make sure whatever you're looking at has the defensive support that you enjoy.
The truth is it doesn't really. Like, it'll use Lightning Coil for Fizz,
Okay.
but like, it's kind of tight on Chaos Res, like the Paladin version. But like, I'm kind of at peace with the idea of that for a while, as like the tree will print us Giga Evasion ES chests
Would
for
you
the
be
swap later.
would you be tanky enough to actually get your maps?
Yeah.
You like ignoring res being difficult because it will be. Will it be comfortable? That would be the biggest pain point for you, I think.
Yeah. I feel like over time I'm getting better at playing without that. Shout out to thanks to our favorite game.
Instead of what?
I'm getting better at playing without relying on like insane layers.
The TLI angle. Wait, so stun and this because of their low base level, and otherwise stun can be mitigated by stun immunity. The chance and duration of both being stunned and receiving an elemental is based on your max life before CI takes effect. Max, okay, so it doesn't make, okay, so I still need to worry about threshold, which means I still want 50% of your ES is added to your stun threshold. But I'll probably just get stun immunity at some point. But let's just make what the end game version is going to look like first and foremost, and then go from there. We're going to pick this one because I would like my minions to have a bit of chaos res, because I'm probably going to give them giga minus chaos res with what I have in mind. Loki, I want to get this charisma, but I know I just can't. In any case, that's an ES node there. I kind of want to pick this one up into here because a lot of ES. We're not going to be leeching, so we don't need to worry about any of these nodes past CI, right? Yeah, I think we're chill to ignore them. Then here we need to pick up Zealot's Oath. We already 77 points. Now we pick our ascendancies, which is 1, 2, which is first ascendancy, which is just literally 2 passive points on a first ascendancy, which is kind of, it feels bad, but it is what it is. Then we pick up Cloak of Flame, and this is our second ascendancy. Ascendancy number 3 is +3 max phantasms to put us even higher. I don't know that this would. Yeah, I think this just gives us 3 max and doesn't interact with the gems themselves, which would make sense. Anyways, 3 max, that puts us at +6 if we go Dark Monarch, and with our last 2 points we go Umbral Army. Next up, I said I was going to go Queen's Hunger, so let's just put that in real quick. They still haven't updated the modifiers on here. Sad.
I had a card that made it so mobs have a 20% chance to drop ultimate embers. It was a rainbow card.
Nice.
I didn't even get one.
You didn't even get one. I mean, it was a chance to drop ultimate embers, or was it a chance to convert to ultimate embers?
Drop.
07.
Were you playing for the old confusion card system?
What old confusion card system?
Before we had this, where you actually had to accumulate the deck and.
I want to say no, because when I first started playing the game, I didn't even know what confusion cards were.
That's crazy.
I knew you'd follow the card, but I didn't know it was called the confusion card, and whatever else that came with it. Like, I didn't know anything about it. I didn't even know about the confusion cards until like 2 seasons in or something. And how did I learn about it even? I forget how I learned about it, but I just know I played No, that wasn't it for me, because it wasn't it for me because even at that point, I just knew whenever you change your tree, it would take you a few maps for it to actually take effect. I just didn't know when.
Didn't know the condition.
Yeah, you just it will eventually happen.
Another zone, and then it instantly works.
And sometimes it doesn't want to switch, but like it will switch eventually. I didn't even know, and this was when this was even when the reset thing was there. So like I could have been clicking it, and I didn't know. But it is what it is, right?
Yeah, you used to have to collect the cards to build a deck.
Sounds cancer.
It was, because the translation was also ass. So I had to watch like a 30-minute power video, and I still didn't get it. And I was just like, what the fuck is this mechanic? Oh, when you get this card, then you want to make sure you get some compasses for this card, because this card is a rare one. And adding into your decks can be complicated, but you want to make sure that you have at least 2 of these other cards before you click it on this map, so it can be added, because it only gets added in sequence with the other cards before it. I'm just like, all right, bro.
Cool story. All right. I'm going to have 50 of them because of Ascendancy, because of Dark Monarch. Summon Phantasms. So now let's see just how much ES I'm able to go with this Bone Meld. Anoint with Hollow Effigy.
So they nerfed both quivers, eh? It looks like quivers are useless as long as you get infusions, which is interesting.
Do you mean no rest?
Yeah.
What do you mean they're useless?
Because fire infusion just gives you what a fire quiver does.
Does it overwrite your quiver though?
Doesn't know. I don't think it overrides, no. That's what I heard from Frosty today.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take his word because he's actually speedrunning the game apparently. He was doing campaign speedruns.
Why?
I don't know. Low key, it looks really fun to do. Because it's actually a giga skill check, right? Because you can't have insane gear if you're actually trying to speedrun in this one. So like you need to play well on the bosses, which is kind of cool.
I mean that's chill. Well, not for me, but you know, it's chill for its audience. If I go all these purities and give them ailment immunity, at that point I probably just want to get chaos damage. But if I go chaos damage, I would want to have Wither chance. I guess I could go Withering Touch support and that would work. And I don't think I mind too much having Withering Touch supports. 4 White Triads grip. Let me think. What do I think? Because like all the purity auras I just took don't matter if I literally just take treachery. Like, not they don't matter, but I can get away with it if I just click that. Now I'm in the positive, and I just need slightly more reservation efficiency from this point to, and keep in mind my res is very, very achievable now, if despite bone melds minus res. So yeah, this is something to think about. Also, me giving my minions minus 128% chaos res probably means I need to get blessed rebirths, and I mean this is why I'm giving them some chaos res here, right? So that they just won't be. There is no way the. Oh shit! This is. Wait, what? Wait, hold up. Let's take away this for, actually let's not. What is your base chaos res, my G? It's 20. You have 20 base chaos. Then you have these. Oh yeah. I'm giving you half. Here I was thinking I was giving you double. I don't know why my brain did that, but I'm giving you half, so that's minus 60 something chaos res. So this gives you positive, like, okay, it's not even that bad. It's not that bad. This is actually not bad, and it's a decent starting point for CI, I think. Then double 12 passive clusters with effect ES minion dots, and then literally anything. Will I actually be able to fill these out? Do I have the points for it? I assume so. I'm Scion. It does mean we need one additional source of reservation efficiency, and that means we might get one small reservation cluster. Actually, no, it just means I can throw in an enlighten in here. Enlighten 3 takes me up to 79 for auras and all. But if I can get reservation on, you know, clusters, then I can maybe fit in one more aura. But we enlighten, do I still need treachery? I don't. Okay. This is good. This is good to know. Where else is an easy to pick up ES node? I guess this is not good. Never mind. This though is actually really good, so I'm picking that up.
I could start off as a Smite Paladin or Pox RF Paladin, one or the other.
Okay.
And then use that till the big swap later at level like 90 or something.
I mean, it's not a bad idea. But would this be what NNC?
Paladin. So it has damage. And you're gonna ask what's the defense. I think the defense is because we're on the bottom side of the tree, we just go armor evasion stacking with the belts.
Okay.
Doesn't Paladin give us D-turn?
It gives you one of 3 auras, but it's not free. I don't think it's free at least. It still has its reservation.
Like we can still get like
So it's a
20k
level 30
armor,
aura.
13k evasion with the perseverance.
Finally,
And, like,
back to the
dragon
real
scales are not
game.
popular armor
What up,
in the
Dave?
game right now. So yeah, you might be able to just like use that in the meantime.
Yeah, armor
I'll actually
EV.
POB something else. Like actually.
Not a bad idea, but you should do it like now, because you won't have time for it tomorrow unless you're staying home.
Yeah, I will do it tonight.
Are you
I
staying
saved
home?
some people that staying up.
Staying home.
We've already discussed. I said for the time I brought it up, like I think I'm gonna, and I didn't do it. I think there has been one so far. I don't know yet.
Okay.
Just in case, I'll just do it tonight.
Yeah. So I feel like I remember light threshold for CI builds being aimed at what do you call it? I feel like I remember light threshold being redirected to being based on ES the moment you pick chaos inoculation, but it doesn't say it's here. But I'm pretty sure it's a thing, which is why low life is very different in terms of masteries, light radius, than CI. That's which yada reduced by a current max life. Your light radius is further reduced by a current percent of max life. This makes it radical in dark areas when on low life. Changes your to based on ES. Oh yeah, this is why. Because you are TI, you're always on full life. So your light radius never diminishes because of that. I think that's actually what it is. It's not based on ES. It's just you don't get minus light radius effects, which means base light radius is fine. That's what that means. You're not gonna play at all? Are you taking care of yourself? Doesn't sound like you are. I beg to differ. You need way more than that. It sounds like it. Um, I'm sorry to hear that. What's up with your eyes? I guess we can start there. What does Wahakawa Rua do with light radius? Oh yeah, it's I think it's rarity based on light radius or something. Can't stand the light already. Had test. Doc is like nothing. Have you tried night mode on your PC? See if that helps. Always on. In that case, what else could help? Reducing your screen's brightness, sensitivity to you're very sensitive to light. I feel like I've had a period where I was very sensitive to lights, like a few years ago. I don't fully remember why. I think it resolved itself eventually, but I don't fully remember why. And I feel like at the time I became aware of why eventually. Don't remember what it was though. So we're going to need to worry about more life regen so I can get more ES regen. Otherwise, it's not going to feel too comfortable. Well, let's see. Gloves. Let's go under the impression that we're going Triad's grip at the moment and just go 4 white temporarily. I would like to get actual ES gloves, but this might just have to do. Goodness, that fortunately learn on like what do you mean by 4 strings in your eye? How does that work? We'll go pure ES boots, Warlock. We don't need any influence, so we'll go Sierra and Exarch, Eta, Worlds. We have a lot of movement speed, right? Yes. Coming from Bloodline Ascendancy. So we just do this. Attributes are going to be such a pain to deal with if all I have are 1 boot and 2 rings. And in terms of ES regen, I don't think I have enough ES regen just yet. Also, without the 50% this guy here, I am going to probably need I don't need any of these. I need more increased. You have no clue. Yeah, like eye issues are they're never fun. And if there's any one place that's just always uberly sensitive, at least it's, you know, eyes. Because like I remember when I was, like I said, I was very sensitive to light. This was like towards peak COVID, like 2020, I want to say September-ish, October. My eyes were just very sensitive to light, so I could barely look on even the patio of the place I was staying at the time, because it looked like light comes in, I just can't look in that direction. I would have to squint or just look away, which I looked away most times. Yeah, during those times it wasn't really fun having to do anything in areas like the kitchen, because that had big access, like view of the patio that I just mentioned, and sun gets in there and it's just like, nah, gee. So that is it's not a fun feeling. Sub Zatham, how you doing? Welcome. Do you know what are you gonna play Phrecia? Or did you say you didn't like 3-week leagues? There was someone that said that. I don't fully remember who. Love attack is a lot of cast speed. Wait, these are wait, hold up. Hold the phone. I feel like I actually knew this, but maybe I no longer do. If it's spell projectiles, summoned phantasm, because that means I can't go withering touch. The fucking spell, but it's triggered by an attack if I remember correctly, so you can't use spell echo on it, but it's a spell, so withering touch wouldn't exactly work on it either. So I need a more generic source. I need a more generic source of wither than withering touch, which is unfortunate. Yeah. In any case, Summon Phantasm is going to be gem number 1 in here for the max. I don't mind them, but I'm going out of town next week, so I'm working the next 6 days and then gone for 5. Holy, so that's 11 days down out of a 21-day event. Or yeah. So you'd only have 10 days left. Do you think you're going to do something with those remaining 10 days, or you're just not going to bother? I'm selling off my TLI build and then gonna try a random build or gamble some stuff. So what I'm taking from that is you're quitting the league. He likes opening keys. Who does? Zatham? Zatham is a harvest enjoyer in PoE. So, and I do believe they added Gamba to Outlaw Mechanic last league. So I can see that. Don't know if I'd recommend it, but I can see that happening. Me? I mean, I am missing Mana Mastery. I just realized that's extra reservation right there. That means I don't even need this guy. What did I do? Because if I can fit that guy, then I can fit an Envy. But I can't really fit an Envy because I can't use any of the items that have Envy, which is unfortunate. Otherwise, I have to go life base, which I don't mind, but I don't think I can go life base with Queen of Hunger. I just wouldn't have any amount of life. ES allows me to get away with some of the greedy choices I'm making. So yeah, I don't mind the opening keys parts, but like I'm not a key opening enjoyer, if that makes sense. Like I'm not a big fan of Gamba in the sense of, you know, in the only sense it is, basically. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm more of a consistent mapper until I make the currency I need. There are some people who just love their Gamba, and I know, you know, sometimes it pays off, but sometimes it does not. I kind of want to try Armor Stacker or something with Eternity. I hear Armor Stacker is an archetype you don't touch unless you have thousands, like tens of thousands of FE to throw at it before it starts feeling manageable, and before you can actually even leave T7. Like, to the tune of like 20k to leave T7. I don't know how true it is, but it's what I've heard. The only aura I would like to get here is Envy. And Envy wouldn't matter because I'm CI. But like I can't get Envy on my current setup, not because of Soul Rest. So I have to figure out something else. Also, I kind of still need to figure out some Fizz defense. Maybe I go D-term. Nope. Maybe I go Flesh and Stone. Discipline. Yeah, I don't mind giving them ES because we're going to be doing chaos damage anyways. I think that's not a bad idea. Discipline. Enlighten 4 and I can fit in everything. But if I were to genuinely try to get it without an enlighten, which I mean, I think I'd go for an enlighten 4. But if I wanted to do that, I still would like to fit in a. I need some more spell block too. Small cluster. I actually forgot to put an enduring composure, but this is going to be my source of endurance charges. More PDR. Then I'm going to do the second one. And my luck sucks. You see, I don't know if my luck sucks or if in general the luck the odds of trying to hit Mage Blood is just not great. Now I'm of the opinion that the odds are just not great. Now, whether or not that those two truths are actually true or not is a different conversation. I believe the odds are not great, and I'm still on hits on drop rates. Reservation efficiency. Let's just pick up a 2 with. I feel like there wasn't one here with purity of elements. Am I correct or not? Yeah, there is no purity of elements. In which case, I would just go like on the purity of lightning. Energy shield. Aura. Okay. Block isn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination. And the way I would have capped would have been Katarina, but that's not an option anymore. So we'll just stay like this. Anywho, I need a source of wither that will actually apply. Another unholy might on kill. Now your luck sucks. Invested 230 Dave, no returns. That is the system they designed. Okay. If we don't know if the keys we had the 0% chance to drop Mage Blood, we don't know the intricacies of the reliquary key. We don't know this. Maybe they were faulty reliquary keys. I can't say without the shadow of a doubt that they were fully functional reliquary keys that could all drop a Mage Blood. Therefore, I cannot say without the shadow of a doubt that my luck is just bad. It could have been my luck could have been buggy. You know, that's always an option. It's always a possibility. Remove that guy from there. I mean, I think that's a fine excuse. I mean, reason.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Lol. Let's go with this one off and let's go for reduce crit. Wait, what if I just went ES recharge rates? Because I have Giga increase to armor thanks to Bone Meld. Because Bone Meld is increased armor. So I have very, very good armor scaling as well. So if I just fit in a single D-term aura in this build, my armor would go insane. $10K armor off of just D-term, no flasks or anything. So what if I actually just spent on a proper reservation gem? Increased effects, ES, reservation gem, or jewel rather. Yeah, that'd be enough, honestly. But those guys are fucking expensive. But I guess if I'm only rolling for effect and ES, mana's not be that bad, to be honest. So we do one of them. That allows us to go D-term. A second one, if we so choose. Actually, why don't we just go this Enlighten 4? That allows us to go, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need to get rid of 1. I think it's discipline actually no. Oh yeah, it's discipline. That's biting the dust. Discipline would move somewhere else. Let's just say it goes on gloves now because gloves are free. The aura stacking side of things allows us to get very tanky very quickly. So defenses are kind of solved now. On the high end, but I still haven't figured out damage is the problem right now. You should get something to eat, 100%. With my current scaling, do these have 100% uptime? They have 8-second uptime. That is nowhere near 100%. I'm gonna have to think for this one. If that is all the uptime they have, no, I'm not going to rely on reservation on helmets. Though that'd be pretty nice. Why not going to rely on that? What if instead of trying Queen's Hunger so we can get some extra movement speed from Flesh Offering, we just said fuck it and we did something else? We don't have to go offerings. We can just drop these two. Well, Queen's Hunger I can drop. With PoBing, yes, we are. I need to figure out what I'm going to be doing with my build. So this is the first step. I want to see what the high end looks like. Yeah, I think I just dropped Offering because like Offering is very good movement speed early on. It really is. But like it's a lot of block we're also dropping. Without offerings, we would need to manually invest into block. We're kind of in the regions already, like here and here is, yeah, this is block as well. This is a lot of block if I remember correctly. There's even increased defense. That reminds me, there is an increased defense node I should also be taking. Not node. I need to figure out offenses, but before we do, let's remove these ones and let's do Fortress. That's increased defenses. And then we'll take this one and then go for increased defenses as well. This gives us some block chance. Not a lot, but some. Then you're going to drive home now. Just say fuck it and wing it. I wish. Remove some points from there. We have a lot of increased generic defenses. Looking at our ES, we're at 363% increased ES. Same with, well, not same, but like armor is also 339% increased. And honestly, I think this node is even worth taking. I do need to save points from like various sources. Like I no longer need to, I don't really need to scale duration all that much if I don't care about offerings as much. I'm not, let me see, new tree tests. This is an ascendant. I can F and F necromancer, so offering still affects me, and then go bone offering. But I'll take 2 jewel sockets just for 50% effect of offerings, which it's not worth it. I would rather do F and F Pathfinder or something. Anyways, this gives us some spell block. Now, do I go for increased? I think I go for increased defenses. This would mean spell block is the only one that matters for me, which is not the case. All right. And then we go increases to armor, also apply to ES recharge rates. This means my ES recharge rate is on steroids, basically 2 seconds till full. I just need to shorten the delay at this point. And I think maybe we go Wicked Ward. Nah. I don't know if Wicked Ward is the play. But I would like faster starts of ES. This is 15%, this is 20%. This is 10%. So if I had to pick, I think I have enough recharge rate. Where is the increases and reductions to armor? It's not here. Am I missing something? I'm pretty sure it used to display. And I do have some increase to armor, so like it's not like it's just, it's not like I was about to have mine on 6k ES and I remembered I just took off my body armor. But taking off my body armor means I can actually use something like a sacred chainmail. Syrian Exarch, Eater of Worlds. Loathing. For the reservation efficiency might not be a bad idea, to be honest. I know my body remembered exactly what it was. My mind did not. And the reason I say this is, in my head, I was going to get loathing, and loathing was something different. I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, phase damage taken as, that's what I thought it was, but it's reservation. And where we get phase damage taken as is Eldritch Implicit. I will still be taking this though. That's one suffix. The other suffix is PDR. And then the last suffix is, we'll go lightning res. And then we're just going for armor ES. Increase armor ES. Actually, no. The next one is strength. We need all the strength we can get. So spam this until strength, reforge, fizz, prage, and then craft prefixes. Then implicits. Fizz taken as, you're here, right? No. I just have to do aura effects. Because I have so many auras, right? It just makes sense. And then Eta. This taken as chaos. Going up to 12%. That puts me at 9k ES and 39k armor. Defensively, very solid. I just need to work on offenses. What is a decent source of wither? It has to be a source of minions applying wither in some capacity, because I have 50 minions. Even a 10% chance will do wonders. So I have to think. Surely I go light of Minion, right? Could do armor. This would be a lot of increased armor. Or I could go ES when I'm on less of a budget. And that also works. But yeah, it's not a bad idea. What if I did this instead? And then I put in an unnatural instinct there. Just a good old-fashioned regular unnatural instinct. Just to select all these guys so that this guy selects them as well. And it still gives me all the res from these 3 nodes. So these two now do nothing. Realistically though, do I even need all this effect scaling anymore? I don't think I do. I no longer need it. So this is enough. Though this is a very nice node that I'm considering taking. Honestly, so is this guy. I can do something like this is Fortress. I just need Fortress here. Where's Fortress? Add, and then just click a random one. Severed in Sleep. I can't use a Severed in Sleep because this is a Summon Phantasm setup. And it doesn't get better than Soul Rest for Summon Phantasm. But that's it. 200 War Staff, fortunately. New folder 3.27 Phrecia. Summon Phantasm. Have increase effect on me. Increase effect of offering. I no longer need effect duration scaling, right? How long are they going to last even? Let me actually check. Because their duration still matters. Active minion limit 48. What do you mean 48? 28. So this adds 20. $42. I feel like I remember them being more than 42. Like I remember the high end being 44, unless I'm missing a source of plus phantasms. Yeah, 22 double to 44. Oh, you need a level 21 support. Okay. 50. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, there is no good wither source. Like withering support would have been perfect, but their projectiles are spells, not attacks. So yeah, not fun. And that's one of the bigger problems here. What if I did this? 1, 2, turn 1, 2, 3 off. This is an option. I save points this way. I'll take it. I get the movement speed from here because I'm a movement speed fiend. We haven't touched Quicksilver, by the way. We're still chilling at 138. But we also haven't put in our movement speed slower. So let's just do that real quick. Cyclone. Let's just take the cast while channeling. Desecrate. Flesh offering. These will be in boots. Yeah, I'm always channeling Cyclone. Okay, so 91% increased movement speed. More tame. Still good. Holy, but am I really going to give up 1% life regen? In a world that I'm hunting for as much regen as I can have? I think the answer to that is no. All right. It would have been so nice in this setup if I actually had a source of damage coming from my auras. That would have been so good. Because like I need all the flat damage I can get. But if I can't dare touch, like remove bone meld. Because if I remove bone meld, that means I lose pretty much all my defenses. Like my ES drops to 7k, armor drops to 41k. And I would really like to play around with like I have 15 minions. I want to use the increased defense to its fullest capacity. The res is kind of pain, but that's why we have so many defensive auras. But like alternatively, I have 15 minions, so Envy would go very hard with all the flats damage it would give. So you know. I think I need to stack as much flat damage as I can because we get extra value from it because of how many bodies we have, if you will. If I throw in an envy aura, it would be from the amulet, which is level 15. So it won't be too great, it won't be bad. What else could we potentially get? We would lose a lot of generic defenses, so it wouldn't be nearly as tanky. We would have a lot more damage, but as it stands right now, we can easily make this work with a Darkness Enthroned. Because of the defenses we have there, we can go Darkness Enthroned double flats, like flat fizz, flat chaos, with poison chance potentially if the game is so lucky as to grace us with something like that, but it's unrealistic. But we can just go adorned flat damage stacking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 support gem. Actually, no, we can't. Actually, we can. If we drop Light of Minion on Natural Instincts, we'd have 7 potential sockets. That gives us the space for a Watcher's Eye, leaving us 6, and Adorned, leaving us 5, and then 5 flat damage. I'm just thinking to myself, do I really ignore Immutable Force? I don't know if ignoring Immutable Force is the play. I don't even need an Adorned, if I'm being very honest. I can just go double phase chaos prefixes. That would work. The important thing now is I need a source of wither on my minions. Can't use any other minions. This supports attack skill, so it wouldn't work. It would work on specters, but not on summon phantasms. Can't use Severed in Sleep, sadly. Just specific to summon skeleton, so that's a no. This is the problem we're not having on Holy Might. It makes me think I just go Command of the Pit. Gives them 25% chance on hits with spells, which summon phantasms have spells. So this would be big. What if I do this instead? The problem is I plan to with 50 phantasms. With 50 phantasms, I'm going to be replacing them every 10 offering casts. If I look at Flesh Offering, it has no cooldown, as far as I can tell. I need to fit in a treachery, most likely. Anyways, command of the pits gives what I want, including wither chance. But it means my most recently summoned phantasms will not have wither and will not be doing chaos damage. That is the problem with it. It's not easy to convert fully. Now if I were to fully scale, I guess if I were to fully scale poison, like fully just lean into poison, it wouldn't matter if all of them have it, or just if, you know, enough of them to cap wither. Well, what that would do is, but then I would need to really scale poison chance. I guess I have the socket space for it, so like it's not the biggest deal. Especially seeing as I can also still go Darkness Enthroned. I can go Darkness Enthroned with double Ghastlies. Poison. Minion Chaos. Minion Fizz. This would be the ideal universe. So instead of this, I go command of the pits. I can go 2 abyssal sockets instead of 1. Like I'd go 1 so that I can go 3 sockets, because it's not like minion builds have sockets to spare. But also 2 means I'll go 2. Let's just go 2 for now and just see. It means 1 more ghastly to get even more flat damage. Maybe with all the flat damage I can actually eventually get. Where is it? Do your minions have Unholy Mights question? Okay. Bro, even with her? Would you be happy if I did this? Would that make you happy? No? Okay. Sorry for asking. What that effectively means is I'm also going to do this. Then as it doesn't want to acknowledge that that mod gives Unholy Might for minions, I'm just going to put it. Minions have Unholy Might. Yeah. This makes it easier for people to see that it's there instead of typing there. So we've figured out whether, and the reason I am, by the way, the reason I think this is 100% is even if my minions have a 25% chance. If I have 50 of them, that means let's say 12 have unholy mites. If I summon them right now, from those 12, that is just after 1 second of them attacking, something like that. Another second and another 12. Actually, what's my attack speed with this setup so far? 1.91 casts per second, so basically almost 2 casts per second. So it would take on average not even on average, it takes 2 seconds to on average guarantee unholy mites. So 2 seconds later, after you have all your phantasms, they should all have unholy mites, is what this means effectively. Immutable force means we don't care about 961. Now we don't care about stuns. Watcher's Eye. D-term. And then spell block. Discipline. These two would be ideal. Then Amanamus. And then past that, we just need more ghastly eye jewels. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That actually gives us the full 6 we need for Amanamu's full benefits. And we get, I mean, we don't need a poison chance on them all. What should we do? God damn. I didn't think we would, but we fucking do. All right. Treachery. That gives us all the mana we need. I kind of want to use a quickening covenant, but I guess with this much attack cast speed, it's not the most mandatory either. I need more increased damage though. I feel like I'm lacking in the increased damage front. Now, if we were to get actually use rings, which I think we should. I don't know about y'all, but I think we should. If we were to do this, full minion damage rings, T1, because it's fractured, and then what suffixes would we be going for? Attributes are free to craft on rings, so I go Dex Essence. Actually, this is a Dex stacking league. Maybe I go Strength. Rage. until we naturally hit Dex. And for the last, we reforge speed. And then come here and just put ES and it picks a random number. And then we go attributes. That solves everything actually. We no longer need attributes and we have this ring to spare. The second ring will go into resistances. So this one will be, you know what? This ring shouldn't be till Dex. It should be till lightning res, let's say. That way, the next ring can be strength or can be Dex. Till all res. Honestly, they should just both be till all res. I don't know why I was saying just give both all res. Which one is strength? Okay, fine. Cool. How am I 1 inch short? How did I lose int? I have zero idea how I lost int, but apparently I lost int. In any case, I wouldn't want to spend any extra points anywhere. I'm not a fan of the DPS though, but I guess I also haven't done the needful. Like it's still a 3. It's still just these 3. So let's actually flesh out a big part of our damage, i.e. support gems. We can just, I wouldn't mind juicing the poison a bit. Why on earth is less duration even there? I feel like chance to poison support is not a bad idea. Wait, less duration for the 19% more damage? Why the fuck would that be better than faster casting or control destruction is... It scales the hits, right? Which isn't bad. But it doesn't do much for the poison. And if I'm going on bound ailments, and then this is single targets. Your weapon swap would be, what would we swap out for on a weapon swap? Faster casting obviously goes for, I think these guys innately pierce, so we don't need pierce, but we need faster projectiles and we need GMP. Yeah, so we need faster proj GMP. And the swap out would be you. And honestly, we can add chaos. And then our wave clear setup looks something along the lines of 8 mil DPS. So this is this one. We still need to figure out curses because in everything we're saying we haven't added a curse. For curse, we just put despair. And then for the helmets, we're tanky enough to where I don't care about literally anything else. I don't need any defensive or anything like that. So if I'm going, I can actually go Malevolence as a big DPS boost as well for poison specifically. Huh. What if we wear Malevolence instead? This would reduce our strength requirements. We could even go pure ES on the chest piece. We don't need D-term. It's very good to have. Very nice to have. But it's not mandatory. Like if I had to go Basalt, one instance of Jade because we have a lot of evasion elsewhere. But we have a lot of increased defenses, so just having this gives me a shit ton of evade chance. Makes me even a lot more survivable. Quicksilver, Quartz. I think we replace Basalt with Granites, if I'm being honest. Honestly, screw that. We go unique Granites, Rumi's Concoction. That's not a lot of armor, it feels like. I guess 28k is not bad. But yeah, and then I get even more offenses. Oh, I could swap this out for this, and all of a sudden we are giga tanky. And in everything we're saying, we still haven't actually looked at our grafts. But I know for grafts, we are focusing on minion damage because we need a lot of increased sources. So we are doing shock graft. So enemy shocked 20% because it's free. My G, what? Why is shock not doing anything? Am I bugging? Why the hell is shock not doing anything? Oh, Treachery is coming to bite me in the butt. That's what's happening. You are being a problem is what that means. Because I make them elemental ailments immune, right? So they can't be shocked. Whereas now it is a 2 mil DPS increase. And at this stage, that is big. Any and every source is big. Frost blink. I guess I can go flame dash. Actually, why not just go leap slam? The reason I wouldn't go leap slam is because I don't have spiritual command, but I can get spiritual command. I'm at the crossroads. I can either anoint charisma and that solves my mana needs, or I can anoint this and make leap slam a possibility. That way I only need one, literally only need the one link for leap slam and maybe faster attacks, and I'm golden. I don't care about anything else. I'll have a lot of attack speed. It'll be like playing with it'll be like playing with what's his face, Syndicate Operatives, where I just cyclone. When I have max phantasms, I leap slam, or I drop treachery. I go where is it? Warp. But what buffs do I want to keep on me that I care to use Rune Graft for? If I'm going for double minion damage grafts, then I don't care about this. Increase bonuses from our equipped glove. My glove just gives me unholy might, and I don't think I can increase the chance for that. I don't think that works that way, so let me try Gemcraft, see if it feels any different. Okay, not bad. Anyways, more DPS than offerings. Interesting. That is quite surprising, actually. Other cast speed and it's barely a DPS increase? Would not have expected it. My mana regen is also not in a great place, if I'm being very honest with you. That is also a problem. Especially if I'm going to be perma cycloning. Then I would want Cyclone to not cost stamina or mana. But I guess level 20 Cyclone probably doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't really cost mana. Flesh Offering on the other hand does. This is a bit of mana regen. Just looking at this Cyclone setup. Yeah, this is a lot. I'm going to need a proper clarity here. Which is just way too much mana reservation. There's a universe, if I had an ascendancy that only cared about 4 points, I'd be able to go for this one and use Guardian's Blessing on my Phantasm's Ball. Then that would take a DPS support gem, which isn't great. So, no. Is Treachery worth it? Let me think. If I go Treachery, right, that means I lose Shock. Shock doesn't apply to enemies anymore because they are shock immune. I lose 2 mil DPS, but as a result, I'm able to fully run Clarity. Like a level 15 Clarity. Have comfortable mana regen. And then try to figure out other ways to increase their damage. Either that or I gain mana, I gain ailment immunity elsewhere and I don't give them anti-shock. But I think right now my biggest concern isn't really defense, it's damage. So with that in mind, yeah, I think with that in mind, I 100% want to have shock. So I'm just going to have to sacrifice this setup. Maybe not you, but definitely you. I'm thinking I don't have the points to do what I want to do. A 1,000 ES regen in a second is quite something. 22 mil DPS is fine. The problem with this is, well, this is over a duration, which I'm not a fan of. Like, this is malevolence, unbound ailments, everything just stretching the duration of poison. Like, if I look here, poison 96%. If Unnatural Instinct got that instead, take the extra point, I guess. Now poison is capped on my poison stacks last 3 seconds. That's honestly not bad. I thought we're really juicing duration here. But this is only with Awakened Unbound Ailments. That can't be right. Where's Malevolence? $3.58. I guess skill effect duration doesn't count for. And what does efficacy do? Isn't efficacy literally skill effect duration? Bruh. More dots increase skill effect duration. Doesn't efficacy literally affect poison duration? Like if I had to go efficacy here. Wouldn't that increase it from 3.58? Wait, what? Really? Poison. Skill. Duration. I guess skill effect duration doesn't. It's literally just the more dots. Okay. I mean, if it's a 3-second poison and that's it, I'm down. I think that's a fast enough ramp. But that being said, though, let's reduce the tiers of. What happens if I just yoink this out real quick? Oh, okay. Good to know. If I put both of them at T3, which is more achievable, we're looking at 23 mil. All right, fair. Anyways, with clarity here and leap slam there, I think I'm even going to put leap slam on hold and just go frost blink. I would like leap slam to not be on hold, but like there is no universe I don't go charisma is what this means, because charisma is aura effects and it's also a reservation, so it's kind of a no-brainer. So with that in mind, we're going frost blink. Maybe we still do leap slam, maybe, and then faster attacks. I think it's worth trying. And then when it comes to grafts, we're going for poison stacking, so we don't care about what's the name of that guy. We don't care about brittle, because that's crits and crit doesn't do much, so great avalanche is nothing. But we do go ES crafts, any of them, so we can pick up. But one of them comes with minion attack speed. So movement speed. I think this one can come with minion attack speed. Or minion damage. Is minion damage. And then I think one of these would just be graft blood. Yeah, that one is area of effect, skill effect, duration, lightning exposure. Minus enemy lightning res. Honestly, it'd just be stat 6 at that point. Minion attack speed fully juices 1 mil, whereas minion damage. Where's minion damage? Is 2 mil. So now we're looking at about 27 mil DPS. I think this is one of the fewer minion builds where you just don't have to even care about. You don't have to care about config, because we don't have to worry about specters, we don't have to worry about AG, we don't have to worry about so many different things. Defensively, we are tanks, to say the least, with a fizz max hit of 31k, 11k ES, 1k regen, and an ungodly amount of energy shield recharge rate, which doesn't actually show here for some reason. Not sure why. Wait, it does. It does actually. All these different sources of armor are applying recharge, like here. But then bone meld isn't here. It's a lot of increased armor, if you just go here, bone melt is 200%. So bone melt with recharge mastery. One of the few things that I actually noticing that hasn't been implemented with bone melt. 20%. So 10% is 20% increase recovery or recharge. So 20% is 40. What is the verbiage on that? Increase recharge rates? Here, right? No, it's recharge rates. 40%. Where the fuck is recharge rate, my guy? It's here. 40% increase energy shield recharge rates. Okay. 40% increased energy shield recharge rate. So where we recharge at near 9k ES a second. So the moment our recharge starts, I wish we could start our recharge way quicker, but the moment it starts, it zooms off. If I were to pick this up, that would draw it to 1.74. I think we just stay with the 2-second base. From my PoE 2 experience, 2 seconds is very chill. So I guess PoE 1 has... Does it even have enemies doing damage faster? I don't even know. Maybe, maybe not. Anywho. This is about right. Yeah. I think this is a very decent tree. Very, very chill Scion tree. Quite an expensive PoB, all things considered. And I think the bulk of the costs, it's actually not too expensive when you look at it, but the bulk of the cost is going to come from reservation clusters, which will not be cheap, but if you can just get the base, then you can just alt spam for 35% increase effects. You can do that, or but that is what you want to do. The max ES is nice to have. You can spam the reforge defense until you get that and effects as well, but these will be a decent chunk of the cost if you buy it already rolled. Actually, no, even then you're buying it for the cost of the base to get increased effect, the eye level. I'm not sure exactly how much that'll cost, but that is a big part of it. Immutable Force, Watcher's Eye, Amanamus, all of these are things I'll add up, but like the total cost of this build, let's say, I mean, this is a mandatory. Let me see, how much damage would I get if I do this? How much ES do I lose? Lose a decent chunk. I lose 1k ES. That's it. That's a very decent chunk. But then for a budget option, we could literally just go armor, and phase max hit stays the same, early max hit goes down. The spicy part in this build is genuinely the aura stacking part. That is the part that is like, you know, without the aura stacking, portion of this build, it's very cheap. But with the aura stacking, and I guess one way to also look at it is with all you're stacking the aura for and all the reservation and everything is to fit in a malevolence. If you choose to, you know, go for other things first. You really don't need the Enlighten, the Malevolence, the you might still need one of the clusters. You might still need like one or two of the clusters. I'm not entirely sure, but you wouldn't need Treachery at least. Which is worth more, having this guy or having the Shock? Okay, glad to see the aura stacking was worth it. All right, Malevolence it is. It's funny how we barely touch any armor node on the tree. Like, this is the only armor node we have. We have 68% on the tree from Enduring Composure and Faith and Steel, but we have almost 400% increased armor because there's so many different sources of increased defenses. And even by just touching a Jade Flask, we're able to get to 44% evade chance because of how much increased we have on the tree. 351% increased evasion. Crazy shit. All right, we're going to turn all these off because they aren't perma up. While you're mapping, they are, but realistically, they aren't perma up. Evasion, movement, speed, armor. Yeah, all these are kind of fine. All right, I'm happy with the POB. This is a very, very decent place to stop with the POB at least. Very satisfied. Now we still need to figure out the journey to get here. That would be a bit trickier. Did last patch make it so minions still need accuracy, or can you just ignore it? Yeah, last patch made it so minions did not need accuracy. So regardless of the minion, you do not need to ever touch a minion accuracy node, which is why there are no minion accuracy nodes anymore. Not a single one. My room is feeling a bit cold. Give me a second, let me turn on my heater and I'll be right back. I am back. How many ghastly eye draws do I have? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have an excess of 1. Makes me think I want Fortress Covenant though. But let's see. That because of the poison chance? That is a big DPS difference. Never mind. That is a huge DPS difference. All right. All this to say it is not worth it. By all means. Like it kind of is because the 400k damage increase. But the past few seasons, Fortress Covenant has been annoyingly expensive. Unfortunately. I'm not even sure exactly why. What build is so popular that it's, you know, been the way it is, but that's just been the reality. All right. So like I said, this is a decent end game PoB. I still kind of need to work out getting more damage and all that. We have Despair, we have Malevolence. There is no way we can get yeah, no. I guess if you wanted a really offensive option, it would just be an alls for the Envy. The Anoint is still here? What in the QOL is going on, my guy? I switched to all. Watch my ES and armor drop off a cliff. ES is 11k, armor is 14k. Now it's down to 7.4k and 8k. But DPS is up to 30k. So there's that. Now is it worth losing how much in the way of everything else? Fuck no. And I personally would go for this. But that's a personally thing. That's a me thing. I like the defenses. I think I'm building around the simple fact that I have 50 minions, and I think it shows. I wish I could do defense, but even at a 4% per, it is not enough to go by +1. If it was a 5%, then +1 would make it 6. which would be a huge increase. If I corrupt you, what can I get? I can get movement speed. Welcome back. The answer to your question is they removed that accuracy when they made the change, that mastery. So Minion's accuracy is equal to yours was removed in the same patch, or in the same patch notes. Max res is not a bad idea. Really isn't. Malevolence aura effect is good DPS. Temp chains would have been very, very good on this setup. But I'm hesitant to do something like temp chains because there's no easy way to proc it. This cyclone already has flesh offering and is going to be my literal source of minions. The literal source of minions. So no can do, off limits, you know, yada yada yada. I can't really rely on this. So I can't use a cyclone for it. If I were to use a brand, that would work. But that would require dropping something from the helmet like Leap Slam. I'm not opposed to it per se either. Really not. Because I don't see myself being able to fully utilize Leap Slab, seeing as I'm not taking the minion attack speed node. The minion attack speed applying to me, I'm not taking that, so Leaf Slam is going to feel dookie, I think. But I guess that's why I have all the movement speed I do, so I don't need this. Hopefully I don't need it. Okay, I'm torn between Wild Speaker and Puppeteer as they both got some huge buffs with patch notes. You have POBs for both and they are both looking tasty. The same skill between both of them or different skills? If I were to do this, I would lose a fair chunk of ES regen. But in its place, I would gain massive DPS. It goes up to 33 from 27 mil. How long would the poison be though? 4.77 seconds. Not bad, but at this point it starts to take a while to ramp. An amount of time I'm not too big of a fan of. That'll be the problem. Wild Speaker can pivot to change the command if I get good AG setup, but I would level and go into map as Dumblo. Alright, let me know when you're back. I wish I could uncorrupt the amulet. Charisma, anoint. All right. As it stands, this is our setup. I will leave Leap Slam in here. Alongside faster attacks. And then even go the extra mile and say Soul Rest. Should have the Harvest enchant increase AS. To increase this one to make it slightly better. Welcome back. Neighbor's cat got into your balcony area. Lol. Didn't I just click this guy? Why did he open on my second monitor? Bro. There. So this one is Puppeteer. What minion am I playing? I'm going to be playing Summon Phantasms. I still need to make a budget PoB, but that's the current game plan at least. Increases and reductions to minion damage applied to you at 150% value. Minions deal damage if you've hit recently. Okay. I'm curious what you're doing with Puppeteer. And if I've ever played, I personally haven't played Phantasms, so this is gonna be the first time, but I'm looking forward to it. Just inherently, we're going to be moving at we're going to be cycloning at a 3% movement speed, which is a very fast character. Whenever we're not cycloning, we're at 129% movement speed. So very, very fast. And this is without Quicksilver. With Quicksilver, we're looking at 182% cyclone and 125 cyclone, 182 without cyclone. And of course, no mage blood. Shit is so stupid. Okay, let me see. So you're giving your minions your strength and you're going for the crits, as well as marination and evading presence. You're going Zoo Baron. That means all your DPS minions literally have to be melee minions. What's in your chest? Dominating Blow. Behead. That's an interesting choice. Brutality, melee. So you're trying to go Giga Fizz and no converts. My problem with Fizz, and this is the biggest problem with Fizz, it feels very rough to league start phase on minions because of the fact that of the way armor works. Your minions are going to be doing a lot of fast hits instead of like big hits until you really get rolling, and that means on a lower budget you're going to feel like you're doing no damage because you're going to be meeting their armor value is going to be more effective against your minions fast hits, because minions don't hit hard, they hit fast until you skill them enough to where they start hitting hard and fast. You know, you really can't convert without guardian ascendancy, to be honest. What do you mean? Minions, I mean, you probably have the 50% chance to ignore. Yeah, but like that's still just, you know, 50%. For half of the hits it will still matter, but this helps a lot, to be fair. If you want, what do you mean you can't convert before without guardian mastery? There's always triad's grip. It's just you wouldn't have the luxury of the tri elements. Yeah, but you're not relying on relics to convert. They're just extra damage. You wouldn't want to convert to one element? Why? Let me see the items here. So since you're strength stacking, is this your end game ideal like setup? Question mark. How come this item is corrupted? Corrupted as well. Are you going? You're not architect. Are you planning to go trial master? Or oh, this is an old PoB. Never mind. Why are there two items that are just randomly corrupted? I guess it's somebody's in-game character, which is why. Okay, then that makes sense. How much strength did they get to 1,006? So they stopped scaling when they hit 1,000. They got leech from zombies, which made it comfy. It's not a bad setup, and he also has some ES as well. Life as extra ES is a big node. Then let's see the wild speaker. This is a change of command setup? Question mark. Thought I saw enemy guardian's weapon. Yeah, it is. It's fallen. The AG setup isn't here, but what can I deduce from their skills? Spirit offering, assassin's mark, early weakness. This is a precision thing. They're scaling crits using the helmets. They're probably scaling max power charges as well. Yeah. But just off of the curses alone, I assume this is a Void Forge setup. Void Forge using aspect of the avian, a lot of movement speed, a lot of double damage chance whenever it's on either one of those buffs. You and nearby allies have tailwind, which is 8% increased AS, and then the patch notes have an extra 50% increased effect of tailwind, so that is 12% action speed, which is just huge for minions. And then suppress. I would not touch this node, I think, with the suppressed nerfs, because this node would mean you're going to be sitting at only 25% DR for spells, and that just seems very, very, very Whereas you have 184. This is some extra increased damage, or this is just extra modifiers that you can use. I would personally prefer this one. but it's only one modifier. So like, actually no, this would mess with your AG, so I would even do that. Probably go for this for the chance to avoid damage. Call it a day, maybe. Nothing else is really interesting. There's no Fort Ascendancy, but this is where Bloodlines come in, because with Bloodlines you can opt for something else. What is a decent Ascendancy to pair with something like this? Realistically, let me think. Katarina for Prolonged Servitude is the only one that makes sense. The minions don't die. Yes, this would work. This would work actually. You just get free 6 seconds, which is way longer than Blessed Rebirth typically is, and in that time they're dealing 15% more damage. So you get to make them even squishier and not care about it. The only problem is you're going to need your AG to be even tankier, because now you're not scaling defenses, minion defenses, because you want them to die. So that's paired with double damage chance. This will be very, very strong actually. It's just going to need a whole lot of finagling. Like AG surviving will be a big problem in certain content, but so long as you don't plan on doing like anything super juiced, it should be fine. I agree. This is a very solid bloodline node. Very solid. Okay. All right. This about covers our end game setup. 27 mil DPS is pretty good. I would like to get more increased minion damage. Oh shit, I'm forgetting Convocation. How dare I forget Convocation? Fuck it. Convocation. What is a decent last gem here? The Connie forget Convocation was not here. I mean, I've been playing a lot of PoE2 until like you don't need Convocation in those games, in my defense. Well, not PoE2, you need Convocation PoE2, we just don't have it. Maybe enhance? Only thing that makes sense. We'll use Portal even though we'll actually never use the gem. We'll put it in here as a placeholder. Confirm best gem combo. I mean, I have zero plans on dying. With max hits like this at all times. Well, I guess it's not at all times, because if for some reason my minions gets blown up, which I don't think is possible because we have this mastery, but if we say it is, If we say it is possible, then what if I just went Blessed Rebirths? Also, how quick is Cyclone triggering? .38 flesh offering cost per second. It takes me how many offering costs beyond max? 10. So that's 13 seconds. But if I were to just click that one, huh? So wait, you're telling me the attack speed doesn't matter for this? I guess that's just the CD on this guy, right? On Cyclone. On Caswell, that channeling rather. So yeah, it's 1.38 flesh offerings per second. So it would take 13 seconds to get 10 off to be a max. That is a long time, actually. How long do they last? Let me just be sure I don't need any duration scaling, because if not, how long do summon phantasms last by default? They last 15 seconds by default. I have a decent amount of aura scaling, so malevolence would allow my 15 seconds. Where's skill effect duration? I guess I really just have no way of saying, of asking how long you're going to last. But in any case, malevolence is 20% increased skill effect duration. With all the effect I have, I don't actually know how much effect, but my guess is if I'm getting 6 max res from auras that have 4, it's at least 60% increased effect, which means I'd be getting close to like 26 increased duration, which 15 times 1.6 1.26 rather, 18.9, so 18 seconds. And then if that feels awkward, I will just pick this up without much consequence. Oh, is that how I lost the intelligence or gained the intelligence? Okay, good to know. This gives intelligence. Realistically, if I really need points, I would also just take from here because I'm mostly getting this for 1% regen, because 1% regen is just nice to have. But also the increased damage is also nice to have as well, so there's also that. All right, now rename high budgets. Now, how do I do this on a low budget? That, my friends, is the new question. I don't think I have the time today to go through everything. But let's see what we can get to, I guess. Scavenger, Katarina. Then on a low budget, we are going to have I think it's an early CI angle both times, just because of how much increased defense we get from. But like, I don't know. I don't really know that we get the damage that early either. Because thinking about it, we're going to go for an early soul rest. There's no doubt in my mind about it. And if we wanted some really early power, we could try to go for Queen's Hunger. But at the same time, Queen's Hunger is not the cheap unique it used to be. It's now locked behind Katarina, and Katarina fight is expensive, so by virtue it is expensive. So we can't. I guess we can use Darkness Enthroned with a Queen's Hunger that allows you to have 2 offerings, and then all that's going to happen is you're going to be spamming with Bone Offering, and whenever it's procs Flesh Offering, you have Flesh Offering as well. And then you replace your older offering with Bone Offering, and then you replace Bone Offering and Bone Offering, and you just keep doing your Cyclone Dance. And then when Spirit Offering is there, it replaces Flesh Offering. It's still damage, but it's not. You lose movement speed as a player because it applies to you. You lose movement speed, and that's going to feel not great. And you won't have it until it does Bone Offering, then back to Flesh Offering. It won't feel great. So scratch that. What else can we do early on for damage? We can go for a 4 blue triads grip early on. Scale lightning damage. Reason lightning is big is because Purkle's Toe exists. We can't use volatility because if I remember correctly, let me just put Soul Rest in here real quick. Just want to prioritize this. Now, if I remember correctly, volatility affects attack skills. Okay, so I still can't use it, but for a different reason than I expected. A much different reason than I expected. If bone meld is expensive early on, this will pose a problem. If it is cheap, it will be pretty chill. Because I am thinking go early bone meld, really juice your defenses. Like really juice your defenses. CI, so you don't have to care about chaos res. We would be using purity of elements anyways, and by second ascendancy we have some physical defense, so determination is not that needed. So we'd have early into maps, click chaos inoculation. We wouldn't have too much in the way of ES, but what we would have is increased defenses, for which ES is a part of it, and we just need to have hybrid armor ES, and all of a sudden we have a decent chunk of armor as well. And as we get more minions, because we were not getting quite minus 50 minions, we'll be getting 22 plus 3, so 25 phantasms plus 4 specters, so 29 plus zombies most likely, so that's an extra like 10, so 39ish. Okay, it's starting to scale pretty high. Let's play around per coastal, and if we're going per coastal, that means we're going live based, simply because it makes sense to do this early on before making the swap to CI. So we pick that. We need a lot of increased minion damage. We need a lot of increased minion damage early on. So this does nothing for me, but this does a lot for me as well. Let's go cross enemy Alira's pen. Four blue triads grip, so it's lightning damage we're all doing. Where is the last life that we'd be going? Okay, so we'd have the 6 life mastery. Now that we are here, we can easily pick this up. Recover ES when you block, life when you block. What if I did want to pick here up? I can't use Tempest Shield, that's for sure. But what else can I use in its place? This amount of block is, you know, nothing to sneeze at. Oh wait, there is block here for staffs. What's for Steve's? Increase defenses? Do I care about defenses right now? Probably not really, but sure, why not? Yeah. That kind of sorts out block chance. Now, for the actual increased minion damage, do we have enough of it? Where are we lacking? This is 1 point. It links here. It means we can drop a point from somewhere in this link process. Not there, obviously. Probably here. It's a lot of points to go into. This is 1195 now, which is fine. Actually, no, it's not, because I still need enduring composure. So now I need to take away points from somewhere so I can actually still have endurance charges. If I do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Saves 8 points. But I feel like I'd rather have the life regen than not. Than go all the way here. I guess this is 20 extra strength and some armor as well. But this is also a decent amount of mana regen, and I need mana regen, Lord knows. We'll take that off for now. I feel like I should take the strength off. Let me search Minion. Let me make sure there's no easy Minion node I'm missing out on. I know I'm skipping out on here. These are defensive nodes, kind of offensive, but like they're all the way here. No, because we're going flesh offering. Actually, early on, did we go flesh offering? I feel like Queen's Hunger is still the play, but it just wouldn't. Bone offering will last a long while. The other offerings not so much because we're not spamming desecrates. Plus, if I have my chest piece as a rare, that means I can actually go infuse channeling early on, which helps a lot defensively. Queen's Hunger doesn't let me use my chest piece as a 6-link because cast power channeling will fuck up the offerings in there. So it's just not an option. So let's also do this body armor, cyclone, cast power channeling, desecrates, flesh offering most likely, infuse channeling, then that's all we need. We go the extra mile and pull conductivity, but I feel like that'd be spicy on my mana. I feel like that would genuinely be spicy on my mana. Yeah, it costs 39 per second. Flesh offering costs its own. So that means helmet has auras. We're going to need purity of elements. We're going to need clarity, max level, and then we're going to need wrath. These 3 auras are our auras of choice. Early on, we're going purple's toe. And then we're going specters. Like volatility is not oh yeah, it's not an option, never mind. Non-awakened gems, lightning pan. We can do elemental focus because we can get shock from graft. We would do Fist to Lightning just so we can get some Fizz as extra. I feel like that's a bit so. Level 97. We do need to shave off some points for that. Summon Phantasm, Scavenger, low budget. Where was this that was supposed to be full DPS? What else can I do to boost my damage? I have flesh offering and I have conductivity. Raise specters with the aim of trying to get these guys to 21 to 25. Raise zombie, feeding frenzy. I want to say Minion life. Feeding frenzy is on. I am channeling Cyclone. Infusion is active. Frenzy charges because we're going to be using frenzy monkeys. What if I use raise zombie and summon Skelly in my chest piece 6 link early on, and I just cut it off here? I wouldn't have the defensive boost that is infused channeling, but I would have the vast minion numbers to apply any amount of flat damage I get from Wrath Aura, which is huge. And I think will actually carry me through the early game. I think that's the play. These go in boots. Then this, I'm going to put summon Stone Golem. Either I go Stone Golem or I go Chaos Golem for Chaos Res, but one of them is in. Let's say Chaos Golem for now. Or Carrion Golem actually. And it can fit in 4 blue gloves. And then in body armor, Val summon Skelly. Raise zombies. And then we'll just give them 4, like make each of them 5 links, essentially. Lightning pan. Minion damage. Volatility. How about multi-strike? 1, 2, 3. This is a minimum of 9. This is like a minimum of 10, I think, because you have 1 here, you have 1 here. One, two, three, fine. This is typically swappable with melee splash. 848 versus 870. Yeah, multi-strike is better. Why did multi-strike not show up? So weird. Melee splash as a swap off. Actually, now I'm thinking I want to get Blessed Rebirth early. What if I just cut out that entire area? Spell block chance suffers, but we can now fit in a medium cluster jewel. Well, 6 or 5, probably 6, probably 4 rather. Minion life. Blessed Rebirth is the only important mod here. Enduring composure. Nothing. Thank you for the follow. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. All right. Now we have Blessed Rebirth, so it's going to be a lot harder for them to kill my skeletons that I raise with Val, and as well as my zombies. Not to mention, we are also picking up recover life on minion death, so that would be a big source of minion sustain. Didn't know you stream, I felt. Yeah, I do. How goes the multi-striker? I'm up to like 650 bill, and I'm currently working on trying to fit in like enough aura effect to make what's his face, Lone Walker worth it. But that involves replacing growth, because my chest space is friend Nemesis. I have to replace the growth there, because then I'll fall on that 500. So that means I need to work on my belt, which will be a Vorax belt, or my rings, which in over 20 ultimate embers has not given me a T1 growth, and I still need to make one of them T0 if I want to if I want to do that. Oh, glass cannon, but you're 800 bill. Yeah, GG's. Drop void chest and took corrupted bulwark and swap to Vorax, and I can drop to 500 bill, so it's comfy. What does bulwark do? I don't think I know that item, question mark. I switched my weapon amp aura to steadfast, and that makes me feel a bit tankier. I'm not capped on res, but I have so many different sources of DR that I'm still kind of comfy, because like I'm using tenacity blessings. I think I have a max of 5. I'm using, obviously, I have level 4 trade 3. I have a fair bit of origin, but not too much, so to only 350%. I am not even 350%. I'm using 3 magi, and because I'm using 3 magi, that increases my magi reservation cost. This means in order for me to go 350%, I need much more investment. So I'm actually 250% and rejuvenation aura, and then I have a decent amount of leftover reservation for. I have a lot of leftover. I have some leftover reservation, so I'm going to need to fit in some precise restraints alongside 4 to 5 support gems. My majors are almost all 4 links or 5 links. I should maybe look at making some 6 links and working my way to precise restraint. That will allow me to fit more. Thankfully, I'm Thunder Spirit enhanced, so it opens up some room. How are you enhanced? Did you went for the not ultimate first trait? What does that one do again? It's breeze, right? Max breeze, something like that. Oh, you went Iris 1. Okay. That makes a lot of sense then. Do you have a build code? Very curious to see what you're doing. I will check it out later, but I am curious. I don't think I've seen your setup yet. But yeah, I'm very happy with my version. I went very creative on it with the whole 5 magi stuff. Your POB looks sick. Yeah, Scion Star. This is the low budget version. The high budget we cooked up earlier today looks something like this, where we have 11k ES, 28k armor, very good max hits, and still pushing 27 mil DPS. Mostly poison though, so you know, minion poison is the easiest way to go when you're trying to scale as much defense as we're going to have. This was not negative. Why are you negative? Why are you negative? Because treachery is deactivated. That is why. Why was treachery deactivated? I don't know. I have no idea. I have actually no idea. But anyways, save this. This is our level 100 POB, high budget. Keep in mind, the high budget is not too high in that we're still using Darkness Enthroned and... Oh my god, I'm using a 75 Darkness Enthroned. That explains the poison chance. That actually explains the poison chance. I forgot to adjust this. See, if I didn't try to talk about it, I wouldn't have noticed. That means we don't actually need the last Ghastly Hydro for poison chance. And we can potentially switch it out for Fortress Covenant, maybe. Yeah, okay. That works. We're still at the 100% poison chance. 28.9. All right. Trying to do puppeteer stuff. What are you thinking of in the way of puppeteer? Maybe I can help you get the creative juices flowing. Wow, summon Skelly. So these guys are now done, but I still need Convocation, which I guess can go on the helmet. The problem with this, and it's a very big problem, I have no Frostblink. I need Frostblink. I don't think I have the option of, you know, not having Frostblink. It's, as a summoner, that it is not doable without Frostblink. Okay, so I think I remove Minion life here and I just go Frostblink. We have no curse. We cut off the curse from our boots. We now no longer have curse. This is the problem of having 2 DPS 6 links. We are suffering from the consequences of our actions. Okay. Carrion Golem gets the axe, is what that means. There. This is what you had, but it kind of stuck. You're going to use Leap Slam. Were you going for a minion build? Or is this a self-cast build? Okay, raise zombie of fallen, it seems. Okay, so we're looking at raise zombie of fallen. It is not config for DPS, but I don't think it's easy to configure raise zombie of fallen. So I don't blame you. Brand recall, cooldown recovery. You really want as much brand recall, cooldown recovery, and as many brands as you can have, right? Do you not need Rune Binder? I don't remember if you need Rune Binder for Arcanist brand, or if they all attach to the same enemy. Because like I remember the raise zombie of fallen, you know, the I don't say meme, but like the thing you do with raise zombie of fallen is you use Arcanist brand to trigger them, and then whenever you brand recall, it triggers like 1 billion zombies to fall. You don't really see anybody use it, which makes sense because I do see that in those versions they have like 7 brands or something, and those 7 brands all trigger. Actually, they all trigger, I think, even outside combat. I feel like I've seen this happen in a hideout. I have a mental image of it happening in a hideout. Could be wrong though. But anyways, you have 24 here. I assume you're getting a +3 from somewhere that's not being calculated. Here. And that +5 is there. Increased zombie size. You can actually have very, very big zombies because you're going Montregals as well, which... Oh, it doesn't increase your size. No, it does. It does. It does. I was like, doesn't it? So you're going Montregals, Morphs. They explode. I would imagine for a raised zombie of falling, that is correct. And you're going caustic ground, so look at your health. Holy shit. Surely you escape darkness enthroned and you go replica siegebreaker for the burning ground on death, equal to 20% of their max life. Surely you consider this. Then so now whenever you trigger them, you're going to leave burning ground and caustic ground, which is a fair amount of damage with how much health they have. Also, but I saw guys say Podu doesn't overlap, so it might be bad. Yeah, Podu, it's not going to stack with the chaos dots. If you have 5 zombies, they all leave 5 different floor ground effects, and your enemy steps on one. They can only take one of those Podus at a time. But this is the chaos ground from the ascendancy and the burning ground. These are 2 different debuffs, if you will. So you can they will take damage from both of them because these are two different debuffs. That being said, if you kill two zombies on the same spot, they will not do damage with two different caustic grounds and two different burning grounds. It'll still be just the one burning ground and one caustic ground. Thinking maybe just going normal zombie slams instead. I mean, you could, but the problem with going like normal zombies is you can't take graveyard shifts. If you take graveyard shifts and you go normal zombies, it is going to not feel great. You can't use offerings because they'll eat all your zombies and you have to recast them. You can't run into an explode corpses enemy because they'll explode them as well. It will feel awkward. Because don't forget, explode corpses is a mod on an enemy. You just run into the DD enemies and all of a sudden your enemy, you just see your zombies try to kill you. Oh, 100%. If that wasn't there, I might honestly have been playing zombies again. Here's a helmet to consider. This is me spitballing here. But because there are all these effects that scale off of life, minions explode for X amount of life, you know, spread this, dealing this amount of life per second, and then going for a siege breaker, you should consider name of it, formless flame, this guy, Inferno, formless Inferno. This one makes it so your minions life is increased by their overcapped fire res. This means getting any fire res above their cap, so anything above 75% is giving them increased life. So if you get to 100% fire res on them, that's 25% increased life if they have 75% cap. So what this does is it increases the avenues you have for scaling increased minion life. So now suddenly your fossilized spirit shield can have increased, minions have increased early res, and that applies fire res, so that applies life as well. Your bone rings all come with implicit early res, but they can come with suffix early res as well. That is more life, and that's what they can. I think they can already roll with life, so like that's double life. Then your auras, purity of elements, purity of fire. So long as they are in those aura ranges, they get the fire res that is increased life. So it is a big avenue for scaling minion life if you are going for that. And there is a Farborn version for Formless Inferno that replaces Infernal Legion with minion life. So another source of life scaling, you know, something else to consider. And I mean, past those things, the sky is the limit to what you can do. Suddenly, if you really wanted to, you could go for an elegant hubris with you can get elegant hubris. Elegant hubris can go slumlords for 80% increased minion damage, but there's also axiom warden for 80% minion life, and you know, stuff like that. There's also minion early res here, by the way, in case you're curious. There's early res here, so more fire res sources, just in case you need more ideas. But yeah, all of a sudden you're looking at having a minion that has giga life, and because they have giga life, whenever they die, the ground effect is just shredding the enemies. If I remember correctly, they never you can't use minion instability because they never count as low life, and same with like Infernal Legion, because like it's pointless. But yeah, those should be enough scaling axes that you can come up with something very, very interesting with your Montrego setup. And as for this low budget, I think it's pretty much done. It's 1.2 already. I don't think there's anything insane here. It's just six link with, again, GMP, and faster proj on a weapon swap, on a soul rest weapon swap. Helmets. Armor ES. Something like this. We're getting life. +1 minion level. Oh yeah, it's a prefix in PoE 1. It's kind of trippy going from PoE 1 to 2 because all of a sudden things that were prefixes are now suffixes and vice versa. Body armor is the same thing. Armor ES, go for something like this. You're just going for life. And then res. And then we can do Eta for face taken as. Also an option. Boots, kind of the same thing. Armor ES. An unideal base. Movement speed. Oh, where's movement speed? Brother. Did I not say boots? Movement speed. 30%. Life. Decent tier. Add to build. Rings. Two stone rings. Life and res. Keep in mind, all these things are going to be free because the tree is going to print them. Darkness enthroned. Maybe even take that down to a 60% because it's lowish budget, so like let's say 65. Pair that with Ghastly Eye Jewels that just have flat lightning. I have to swap stuff around, but yours looks sick, dude. Thank you very much. And then what am I forgetting? Is this really better? I feel like I find it hard to believe that this is better than Controlled Destruction for them. I guess maybe not that one. It's this one that I find hard reconciling. But I guess they do have a decent amount of fizz, but let's see. Controlled Destruction. Why does it say this doesn't affect them? Oh my god. I've been trolling. Okay, that makes so much sense. All right. Yeah, Control Destruction is way up there. Let's see if these are... Lightning Pen is up there. Control Destruction. Daily Focus. It's the lighting, I guess. All right, we're at 2.3. We're going to add a 15% shock to the equation. And this is from grafts. All we're looking for in grafts is I think it's a Storming. One of them, replicating is replicating. Glowing Silhouette, that's the guy. This guy is going to just pop and apply Shock Ground that just always applies shock. So we don't have to worry about shock. If we can get increased effect, that is big, but like the main thing we're going for this early on is we're just looking for minion damage. Any amount is nice. And then second one, because we are so defense starved, I'm inclined on actually going for the defensive one that is molten, just a molten Zolfgraph with duration or something. This will help carry my defenses early on. I think suffixes, yeah, just give the skill cooldown recovery. Cool. This is your multi-strike. Thank you very much. I'll copy this somewhere else, but I actually remember to check it out. Shoot myself a message with it. And then for flasks, we're going for Rumi's Concoction. We're going for a Life Flask. Quicksilver, Quartz, Basalt, probably. As for suffixes, Regen Life is not priority. It's nice, but it's not priority. Stun and block recovery is probably bigger priority here. And then of course we go Brine King and anti-burning ground most likely. Now out of all these things here, is there something I should be... Oh yeah, plus 200% to all resistances. And then cap res, I'm put this in all caps, so we'll see cap res with open suffixes and attributes. So I guess the only attributes we care to even get slightly more of on gears, dex and int, but like it's 9 int and it's like 23 dex. Well, it's really not tough to fill that out. Our tree is very balanced in that sense. We have a lot of strength, we have a decent amount of ints. We could get slightly more ints, be better, but we have enough ints. We're also level 91, so where are the extra points going? I would like the extra points to go somewhere, maybe somewhere with more DPS, but it doesn't look like there's any easy... Okay, no, there is actually here and here. Easy DPS options here as well. All easy DPS options. That puts us to a 90% increase without a wand and stuff like that. So pretty good amount of increased damage. Having to go soul rest instead of a wand really pushes, it really makes it so you feel the lack of increased minion damage, but it also makes it that so that you, any sort of increased damage you get really boosts your damage as a, you know, as a consequence of this. Do you have the 30% when cast minion skill? I do not. That is here. And I do not have it on my jewels as well because the jewels are only one mod. But I think this would be a very decent damage boost. It's just it would take way too many points. I am not really in that vicinity. I'd have to spend like 1, 2, 3 travel nodes just to pick it up. You know? Actually, I think early on this is worth it. The points required to go there. Is it? It looks like it's actually not. This is 3.4, but then we lose 1 of each. It's still more DPS actually. And not really, because helmets can have crafted modifier, zombie, and skeleton, which is a prefix apparently. And then we just get it back. All right. If you have extra, it's good early. Oh, I don't doubt it. It's good. I just need to figure out. This is the way I'm pathing currently, and it allows me to get pretty decent block chance on this stuff. If I were to go elsewhere, it means I'd be sacrificing something else, and I'm not sure what else I would have sacrificed. We get to near 5k live. We can get to 5k with actual rolls. Because we go for the masteries, which helps a lot. And then, oh, I forgot. We do use endurance charges. We use 5 endurance charges, which also helps a fair amount. All right, I think this is fine. But this is not nearly enough to get to 4 Spectre. So this is just going to be like a 3 Spectre thing. So it's better to just go 20-20 in that case. What if I were to do this? It's barely a part. It's barely a boost. What does Scavenger give? I haven't looked. I skipped the first Phrecia. So the reason why I'm going Scavenger for this build is because Scavenger has this node that is +3 to maximum summon phantasm, amongst other things. Oh wait, this is where we can get an extra Spectre. So 4 Spectres actually. Just yank this right there. 4 Spectres. Yeah, so we can get maximum minions from here. So like 1 max Spectre, 3 max phantasms, 2 zombies. Oh, 2 zombies. Would you look at that? Yoink, yoink. And I think skeletons is 3 now. Right? Rain, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. So that's what, this is the biggest reason. But the thing with Scavenger and last Phrecia. Oh shit. Are there ads right now? They are actually. I've been told that subbing with Prime doesn't cancel the ads that are currently going, so I will actually wait. Let me know when you're back. Oh, you had to refresh? Okay, okay. And that works. I didn't know. So let's see. So this node is very premium. Early on, this is a lot of damage. This is your third ascendancy. But the problem with what's its face? Scavenger as of last Phrecia, was that there was no final ascendancy. All these nodes are kind of ass for minions, so we didn't really go Scavenger on minions, not really, unless we just wanted to take attributes, because like the way this class is structured weird. It's actually structured in a way where you can only take either this one and this, or this one and this, but you can't take this and this, because your first ascendancy you actually only get 1 and 2 points. You don't get here. So second ascendancy you pick this and this, which is an extra point, and then third ascendancy you pick this. But now with bloodlines, we have access to an even better last ascendancy. And for context, what we get here is Cloak of Flame. So the whole Scavenger gimmick is you get item effects on your ascendancy. So this one we're picking up Cloak of Flame, but you have the option of like Chevron's wrapping, chaos damage doesn't bypass ES, or Fog Shade, movement speed when on full life, or Blunderboards, shrines, you know, stasis prison, you name it. Here you have stuff like Midnight Bargain, which is plus to max minions. You have Cerberus Limb, you have Battle Mage, Light Radius, Converts, Void Battery, max power charges, Obliteration, Explode, etc, etc, etc. I could consider this honestly to replace this on the high budget, just because Explode will feel nice with poison. Could consider that. Anyways, and then there's nothing here that we care about on minions, I'll be honest. Literally nothing. So as a final ascendancy, we're going for Umbra Army, which you know, zombies increase attack damage, specters is increased defense, phantasms is movement speed, skeletons is increased spell damage, yada yada yada. So this is our final ascendancy, and because we are scions, we get access to premium starting locations. So like, not premium starting location, but extra points and access to some increased life, yada yada yada. It feels good having 5 extras passive points, because like I'm using 122 and I'm still level 95, so like that just feels really nice. But yes, so on the high budget, what this ends up looking like is we go Dark Monarch for Summon Phantasm. So because we get 3 extra from the ascendancy, this equates to 6 extra phantasms. So now we get to 50 max phantasms instead of 44, and that equates to 100% increased movement speed from just the phantasms alone. Then when you pair that with Quicksilver, which I thought I turned these off, when you pair this with like Cyclone, because you need Cyclone to summon them, it's going to reduce your movement speed, but like even while cycloning, you have more movement speed than a typical minion build would have, period. And then whenever your Quicksilver went up, suddenly you're up to 125, and if you were to stop cycloning for whatever reason, you have 182. So very, very comfy playstyle. I'm looking forward to it. And like, I think for me the biggest appeal with Scavenger has just been for basically no investment. We just get access to a lot of movement speed. We get access to a lot of value. Like now we're getting access to a lot of zombies, skeletons, all these things on a budget. Now, is there a better ascendancy for phantasms? Maybe you can definitely argue Servant of Arakali with 50% innate chance to poison, as well as Crit Strike multi from Neurotoxin, you know, per Wither and all that. You can definitely argue this with 44 phantasms, and you would probably have way more damage. Let me think about it. Actually, you get Giga Poison from here, so you don't have to worry about poisoning for like half of your things. It solves Wither by itself, so you don't care about Unholy Might. You can just stick to physical damage or 4 White Triads grip. You get Crit Strike multi per Wither. You're perma 15 Wither anyway, so like it doesn't matter. Base crit being equal to your main hand crit. I don't think this yeah, its crit is not that great, but it's better than base, and you can always enchant it as well. You would want them to crit because critical strike affliction is a thing, but like, Then do we have anything else? You have access to envy, the thing I was trying my best to fit, and then you can get aspect of the spider, which honestly would probably beat the envy. And then aspect of the spider, it has reduced damage and all res. This is an ascendancy where you wouldn't be able to fit in the Umbral army because everything here is premium. Actually, no, you are not premium. You I would probably ignore. So 1, 2, 3 Umbral army, get 44. It's not quite as fast, but it's probably way more damage if we're going poison. Now, why do I think it is not quite as good as Scavenger? Starting location. We get access to 3 extra jewel sockets just by being Scavenger, and that equates to reservation. That equates to being able to stack as many auras as we are stacking, whilst simultaneously having all the required ghastly eye jewels for full poison chance and Amanamuge scaling and all of that. I was trying to avoid Shadow, played 3 leagues in a row. I mean, I haven't played Shadow at all, but I feel like the starting location for me is the biggest downside. Like, having to start from here means all of a sudden I don't have easy access to like this. I don't have easy access to here. Like, I can go through the top, but it's not the same, and I can potentially do this, but it's just a whole worse experience, and you wouldn't have access to as much physical defense. So like, this is definitely the defensive option, I think. But on a damage point of view, Servant of Arkali will be more damage. It will be a lot more damage, actually. But because it's poison, it's not a lot more damage. It's like you get 16 mil more DPS on the poison front, and then less hit damage, so you can get to about 36 until like 40 mil. Let's just say the hits stay decently relevant because you avoid deadly ailments. There is an argument to be made for Servant of Arkali, that's for sure. There is most definitely an argument for that. But yeah, I honestly think I prefer the tankier version of the Scavenger because it's just way more balanced. Whereas I feel like I would struggle a bit in fitting all the auras I need on this guy. Yeah, Servant looks good too. I'm just waiting for what's going on. Otherwise, I'm strength, life stacking, and you know why we need as many auras as we need? Or as much aura reservation as we need? It's because we're kind of aura stacking. So we have the 4 purities. Why do we need the 4 purities, you might ask? We have a decent amount of rares. Why can't we fit it there? Because we're using bone melt. And this, I think, is the biggest reason why I still want to do this. Because with a bone melt, I have 50 minions. I have 50 phantasms because of my third ascendancy. Because I have 50 phantasms, that gives me 200% increased defenses. That just means Giga AS, Giga Armor, Giga Evasion. If I have my flask going, that equates to so much in the way of defenses. Because of all that increased defense, we have a shit ton of increased recharge rates and all these other things. So it's gonna feel very, very, very comfy, I think. And that is why we need all that res, because otherwise I don't know how we're gonna do it. And of course we're going CI because ain't nobody dealing with minus 120% chaos res. And then by the way, if you're looking for other things to consider in terms of just builds, there's always Herald of Agony with Herald. That's a pretty good staple. This will play exactly the same way it did in Phrecia, because you don't skip out on any of the 4 points for Herald of Agony. Like, this is premium, this is premium, this is premium. Like, you can't skip anything, so you don't actually get to use bloodlines. Architect of Chaos is also very good for Absolution. With this, I played this last Phrecia. You can get 100% uptime on your Val Absolution, so you just get permanent innocence attacking for you at all times, which is feels very nice. Then you have Puppeteer. Puppeteer is, you know, you're already using it, but strength stacking, zombies, all those shenanigans is Puppeteer. Then nothing really here minion wise. You go Ancestral Commander for Giga defenses, or you could do some ward stacking or something with this guy, Antiquarian. And the funny thing about Antiquarian is, because you get access to ward in place of like armor EV on your gear, you can actually even pair this with my setup, i.e. increase defenses from Bone Meld, and that would affect ward as well. And suddenly you have this insane ward defensive layer. And then you pair that with, who is the ward guy again? I think it's Expedition. Yeah, where is it? One of these guys will probably be Bis for that setup I'm just talking about. And it's either faster restoration per enemy hits recently, or damage. Actually, it's probably just damage taken bypasses if it's less than 15% of ward. Maybe, I don't know. There is no faster restore of ward. Actually, there is. It's this one, 20% faster restoration. Is there faster restoration here? 100% faster. There's definitely some ward shenanigans you can take advantage of here, but nothing very straightforward. Here, Paladin is just your biz. This is going to be biz for like life stacking AG type builds, or anything that wants to use links. I'm thinking I end up using links with what's the name of these guys again? Perfect Druidic Alchemists, and just give them Giga projectiles with Dying Sun, because they have increased effect of flasks on them. But I haven't decided on how I would do that, because that would imply I'm going Umbilicus. And if I'm going Umbilicus, then I will need to figure out my own personal movements, because that'll feel ass if I don't figure that out. I guess something else I could do is I could scale duration and try to do offering. I could try to do offering, I guess. If I go offering and Katarina death offering, and I go the chest piece and the belt and hollow effigy, and I scale duration, maybe the movement speed from flesh offering is enough to compensate. Maybe not, I don't know. But I wouldn't want to go this if I lose access to basically my flasks. But I guess if I go offering, then I have access to block, and I have access to giga movement speed. It helps a lot defensively. And then for the actual other stuff, well, there's just increase. Well, they can't even use increased elemental damage taken, so like that doesn't matter, because they do chaos. It would be, from then on, you probably just go Consecrated Ground as your third ascendancy. You go increase effect of non-curse auras on non-curse on links, and then past that, if you probably go in Hallowed Monarch on this setup, so that means you don't really need to use this, or maybe you want to use it, I don't know. You don't need to use this if you go umbilicus, so again, doesn't matter too much. This one, you could make this one work. If you go Warcry Gaming on this setup, you wouldn't have access to block because you would automate your Warcries, but you'd have Giga Regen. I think I'd rather have block. But now that I think about it, Warcries can be used to mitigate the movement speed with Intimidating Cry. It can be used to have regen as well. And then you can also use it to give them some... Can you give them damage? You can give them base crit. That would be damage, but not really. You can give them Rallying Cry. If you can get a decent flat phase weapon, that would also work. You just go more armor, which again would replace flasks. So you could use your Warcries to replace flasks, and then just give them your flasks. That seems balanced, honestly. I might actually do that. We'll see how it goes. Anyways, that's Paladin. There's really nothing here, and there's an argument to be made here if your minion build requires like quality stacking. There is definitely an argument for aristocrats, but it's not easy. Then the best of which is just Wild Speaker, because Wild Speaker gives you aspect of the avian, which if you don't know, applies a rotating buff. It's you either get movement speed or you get double damage, and this applies personal movement speed and minion movement speed as well, and then same thing, personal double damage and minion double damage. But there is more. It also does not have reservation, and it applies to nearby allies, so your minions will gain aspect of the avian themselves. So whenever you're on movement speed, they get movement speed because you have minion movement speed, but they get aspect of the avian, so they get the self movement speed part as well. So they get double the effect, and this has buff effect, so they actually get, just say you have no other source of increased effect, they just get 3x the base effects. No, 200% increase is 3x, so they get 6x, double that, because they get it twice. So that's always cool. Then you can deck stack here. Not that it's easy to deck stack, but it's an option if you so choose. This is, I think, the best source, the best other support node, which is just action speed, which is even more movement speed, and attack cast speed, and 50% increase of tailwind on you, so that doesn't even affect your allies. Sad. So they still get 8%, but you get 12%. And then that for fourth ascendancy, you'd have to go something else, because nothing else there really speaks is really that great. But like Katarina, like Lit said, he's considering chains of command, and this is giga for him. But you could go like a minion army, a spectre army, and use umbral army, or you could do something weird with a one spectre setup. Sky's the limit. That about covers the main ascendancies I would say have good minion synergies. The rest are not really anything worthwhile or anything like that. Ancestral commander example you found for minions. You know, I actually had an ancestral commander character. It just DPS was a bit lackluster. Devouring Diadem Fort Val. This is, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. This isn't possible anymore, right? Oh no, this is Summon Reaper. Okay, it is. I thought this was Bama. I assume they're going Ensnaring Arrow, which is why they're using bows then. Because Bama, for Phrecia specifically, and for Settlers, you had access to giving them ES scaling for their damage, and it was busted. Let me see. What does this person use? They use Reaper with... They're scaling Bleed. Yeah, they're using it for the Ensnaring Arrow. Do they trigger the Ensnaring Arrow? Yeah, they do. Every second they trigger it. I wonder how this feels. Val summon Skellies, which are manually cast, I assume. Chance to bleed the attacks. What Tennessee notes did they take? Convert Fizz to Fire. Action Speed Immunity, which is nice. Endurance Charge and Defense of Destiny. So this is just this setup would be a Giga tank, but I would be concerned for the damage. That's where I think this setup I'm looking at will really struggle. Because if I look at this, just it's 300% increased damage for one minion to do damage. It's going to be very difficult to scale to a reasonable DPS point. The bleed will can do good single target damage, especially if you use the ultimate slash. I don't know, the ability you click, like that can do decent damage, but like your wave clear will be shy for it. Oh, okay. I think that's gonna be it for today. I'm kind of tired, but for those that were following along the POB, I will be adding it to my build spreadsheet, which you can access with !build. I think I've basically put the final touches more or less. I don't know that I'm going to be doing anything else. So I'm going to be adding that, and I'll probably make a video on it maybe this weekend, after I've been able to play it for like a day or two. So, and I'm very happy with where the POBs turned out. The low budget is what's at 3 mil DPS with barely 3.8 mil DPS, no gear. And the high budget is 20 something with giga defenses, practically unkillable. Like I honestly don't know what would kill that character, because even Katarina's like dots, it has 1k ES per second regen, and whenever you stop taking damage, you're recharging 8k ES per second after those 2 seconds, after the recharge window passes, which is insane. And of course, you can also use Vow Discipline to force that to happen, which I should honestly add to the POB now that I think about it. So yeah, you can have Vow Discipline, just boost that as well. Where's my discipline? There. So you click Vow Discipline, and all of a sudden your ES recharge cannot be interrupted. And now that 8k recharge we mentioned earlier is giga applying. And this also applies for your minions, by the way. Apparently, they also get your ES cannot be recharged. Recharge cannot be delayed as well, because it's an aura and it lasts 3 seconds base. We don't scale that much duration, so it won't last too long. But while it lasts, you are basically immortal. Like, you can eat ball phase for as long as you want, or not for as long as you want, because there's a duration. But if it is up, ball phase is not killing you, which is stupid. It's a stupid amount of defense. Maybe this is going to be one of those builds where I can actually do ball phase, because I can actually decide to stop creating my minions and actually dodge the shit. And as an oh shit button, there's Vow Discipline somewhere. Anyways, Phrecia is probably going to be very fun. I'm looking forward to a few days of it. I'm going to be scaling this build and playing TLI as well. I feel like I will probably be mostly streaming PoE in that time though. And playing TLI off stream, maybe doing some 50-50 here, depending on how I feel while streaming. But like tomorrow is going to be full Phrecia. Friday is probably going to be full Phrecia. Saturday is going to be full Phrecia. Past that, I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, guys, thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate you guys. I'll be back tomorrow though. Same time, because I am going to work. Same time with a Phrecia League launch. And yeah. Till then, have a good night.